party. An attack in my own temple? Goodness me.
What timing? Gun, how is it going, man? Been a while. I've got an echo here. There we go. Echo begun. Yeah, welcome Raiders from My Gun is Huge. How's life in Canada? Hope you had a good stream. Yeah, welcome Raiders. Welcome. Still at Kerbal, always will be. This is the focus of our channel. Always has been and always will be. I'm a space dude. That's our thing. But yeah, we do need to sit down and get some Call of Duty done, actually. New season, new stuff. Need to do some grinding. Need sleep now? Yeah, I figure as much. Appreciate the raid. You have yourself a good night. For everybody else who's sticking around, I'm /Jack. This is our channel. We're just getting started here. And today we are going to do the Final Shuttle flight, Sts-135. We flew it to the International Space Station last stream amongst some other junk. And today we are going to bring her home. And eventually this is Space Shuttle Atlantis, is going to be going into the Space Museum as soon as we can figure all of that out. So that's probably what we're going to be getting into here. Is not just the reentry and the recovery. Oh, I'm missing a light here. There we go. Let there be light. They have a new game on Steam called Space Exploration. I haven't heard of that one. There's quite a few people like to play. There's the Station Ears. There's a variety of space games, but this one has always been my favorite because it's so unique in that, you know, you build whatever the hell you want. But, and this is a big but, you have to figure out the mechanics, and most importantly, not just the mechanics of how things work in the real world, you know, lift, drag, all that kind of stuff, but even more, and this isn't all that much fun, but you have to do it anyway, the mechanics of Kerbal Space Program, to actually get your stuff to work without the Kraken attacking you, that is a big task. And can require some many hours. But yeah, there's a lot of really great space games out there. Many of which we don't really play, or to be honest, even tried. I usually stick when it comes to games. Aside from Kerbal Space Programming, this is one of those indie games that just, you know, it's our kind of thing, and like I said, it will always be our thing. I always stick to the AAA titles. You know, if it's in the top 10 on Twitch, then I probably have played it, probably do play it, just not on stream, as I find, as I've said many times before in the past, people come to see Kerbal Space Program on my stream. When I'm not playing Kerbal Space Program, people give me a big thumbs down. They don't like it. They unfollow. People just unfollow. They don't want to see anything but Kerbal Space Program. So whenever I want to play other games, I just play them off stream. not as cool. Would be great to grind out some of that social, on our socials with that stuff. But, dude, I'm not gonna, sacrifice the growth of our channel just for a couple hours of Fallout 4 or Fallout 76 or Modern Warfare, or like I've got a dozen of games. I play all kinds of games. Overwatch, and yeah, but yeah, you have to maintain a very strict consistency on your channel if you expect to see growth. And unfortunately, for me, that isn't just like getting up and playing a game every day. If you're up every day and you're streaming every day, you can get away with variety on your stream and see growth. But if you're not one of those people who can or does stream every single day, then it's going to hurt your channel. It will. So, in our case, our consistency is just, boom, there you go, you have it. Right there, Kerbal Space Program. This is what you can expect when you come to this channel. And you can also expect the height, the apex of Kerbal Space Program engineering on this channel, as we put a lot of hours into our models and stuff. So, anyway, what do we got going on today? A couple things before we get going here. Global Stomp. Okay. Initiate camera rotation. Groovy. Boy, that's really bright, isn't it? I don't know why that one's so darn bright today. Did I... Hold the phone for just a second. Did I... No, wait a minute. The exposure on that should have been clicked over. Just 1 second. Show me, show me, show me. Yeah, that thing's really bright. That can't be right. Yep, that's what I thought. There you go. Still quite bright, but whatever. Anyway, what do we got going on today? We've got the Sts-135 mission, which is at the International Space Station. We're going to do the reentry for that. Also, off stream, we've been fiddling around a little bit with our planes and having a pretty decent time doing that. Pretty fun time doing that. We've got a lot of new toys since the update 1.11.2 that we're in right now. And so they gave us a lot of new lights and light features and stuff. So we went on to our some of our favorite aircraft and started to actually put on the actual lights that you're going to see on a real plane. And so a little bit of learning needed to be done. Let me explain. So right here we've got this sweet Learjet, and so here's a couple of the new lighting systems. We've got this light here, we've got this light here, got this pair of lights here. Of course, we also redid our Kerbal Aeronautics Space Administration logo so that we could get it cut out and use it as logos on planes and stuff, and I'm really happy with that. Boy, it adds a hell of a lot of character to our vehicles, a hell of a lot of character. Got some lights back here, and so on and so on. I did go through quite a lot of YouTube videos, namely one YouTuber in particular who struck a chord right off the bat when I went to look up this stuff, such as, okay, what do the different lights on a plane mean? And one of the very first videos was a YouTuber called Captain Joe. He's not a captain, actually, which is kind of funny. I expect he will become a captain, as he's still flying for Airbus. I don't know the airline specifically, but he flies Airbuses. And Anyway, he's fantastic YouTuber. If you want to learn anything about airplanes, he is definitely the YouTuber to go to. But since you're not at YouTube and you're here on Twitch, how about I learn you a little something that I learned while watching Captain Joe on this subject here. The lights on a plane, what do they mean? And where are they and what do they do? Very interesting topic. So we'll start off with that. The lights on the plane. This is the new thing that we've got in the 1.11.2 version. Got this light here, navigation light. We got these little spotlights. These are actually a lot cooler than I'd originally thought. It's like, spotlight, whatever. But the cool thing is that they actually move. You can move them. You can rotate them. They're really sweet. And then they also did put some new textures on the illuminator, the old illuminator. Got some new textures on those. Got this nice dome light right there. Got a whole bunch of cool new lights to work with. So let's go through these lights and how we have used them and what the real ones on a plane are. So starting from the front and working aft, you can see our kind of get our camera. There you go. So what we have down here is we have this little group of lights. And generally, they're all of these lights that we have mounted here would be mounted actually on the landing gear leg itself. However, since we can't actually mount anything to this, we mounted up here and did other things. But we'll go through these lights. So first off, the first light that you generally see on a plane is going to be the taxi light. And we choose the landing gear light for our taxi light. And what it does is it's got a very narrow beam, very, very strong, narrow beam that focuses just like straight forward. And what it's specifically meant to do is to light up the taxi lights on the runway in case there aren't any actual taxi lights. There's a lot of runways that don't have lights on their runways at all. They've just painted out lines, and at night it can be hard to see those. And so you need a taxi light in order to point to know before you even get started on your approach or on your takeoff that you're going directly straight. That is really important. So you've got your taxi light. We use this small landing gear light for that. And then you've got the takeoff light. That one's pointed in the same direction as the taxi light, only it's got a much more omni. It's a much wider beam, and of course it's specifically for takeoff. I'm not exactly sure. I don't think that it actually does come on during landing. It may come on during landing. You may switch it on during a landing, but its specific purpose is for takeoff only. And then you've also got these other lights that are off to port and starboard, and again these lights would be fixed onto the leg, and those lights would be they're pretty small, but they're facing off to port and starboard, and those are the runway turn-off lights. So that after you've landed and you're ready to turn off of the runway, you can go ahead and click on and see what the hell's going on over there before you turn. So pretty cool little system over there. And so yeah, we'll travel on back now. Right here we have this light facing towards the wing. On an Airbus, this is where your engine is going to be located. Actually, it's going to be located under the wing on an Airbus. Imagine this being a much larger plane. But anyway, this light here is what they call the wing scan light. And it points to the wing and the inlet of the engine on an Airbus 320 so that you can look out the cockpit window and see if any ice has formed on the wing or the inlet while you're flying through clouds or whatever. You can see if there's ice on the wing. That's what the purpose of the scan light is for. And so, yeah, we've got our scan lights right there pointing towards the wings with the new directional. Pretty cool. And underneath the plane, underneath and on top of it, you got these lights here and here, which they're generally like a warning orange color to kind of a a reddish color, and those are the beacon lights. They're actually called the anti-collision lights or the beacon lights, and they just flash. They flash warning anybody on the ground right up front that the pilot is about to turn on the engines and or the plane is in motion. So that's in the before start checklist, and we're going to use these checklists on all of our flights now because it does involve a little bit more immersion in getting the plane up and running. That you go through and click these lights on in a specific order to note that, okay, this has been checked, this has been checked, this has been checked, and now we are ready to do this, and so on and so on. There's a whole procedure of how you turn these lights on for a lot of different reasons, and the beacon lights are in the before start checklist to let everybody know that's on the ground, maybe working around the plane, that the pilot is about to start the engines. And of course, while it's after that, it's also an indication to anybody that the plane is in motion or could be in motion. Look out, there's a plane here. You know, it's all these lights also, you know, not only do they have the function that they're designed for, there's also the second function of making the plane more visible. So naturally, you're not going to see these lights. Most of these lights are not going to be on military vehicles, or if they are on military vehicles, they're not going to be using them in the same way that commercial vehicles would be using them, because, of course, military vehicles, you don't want them to be seen. You want them to get to their target, kapow, get the hell out of there without being shot at, and that the best way to do that is to not be seen. It's hence why in World War II, all the big bombing runs, they always happened at night. Unless, of course, well, yeah, day raids were dangerous. Notoriously dangerous, because you could see. But in commercial industry, it's important for everybody to know where the hell your plane is, which way it's moving, and amongst a lot of other things. So anyway, there's the beacon lights on the top and the bottom of the fuselage. And then over on the wing, you've got the navigation lights. These are steady red on the port side and steady green on the starboard side. They don't flash, they're steady, and those are the navigation lights. And there's also one more navigation light, which is on the back, which is steady white. For ours, I believe, yeah, this is our navigation light. So you've got the port starboard and aft navigation light. So you can look up in the sky, and by seeing the red and green lights and the white light, actually really don't need to add the white light into this equation, because red and green will tell you which way the plane is traveling. Easy peasy, good stuff. And along with those navigation lights, you've got a really high-powered strobe light on both the wings and the tail, and of course they strobe two hits every second, and they're really powerful and really obnoxious. That like they point out a plane very, very well. And those should only be turned on once the plane is actually on the runway, not on the apron, but on the runway itself, and they're ready for takeoff, and wouldn't get turned off until after the plane is ready to depart the runway. And the reason for this is, like I said, they're very obnoxious. They're very, very bright. They're very, I mean, they can give you a headache looking at these things. Now imagine you're a pilot. Imagine you're a pilot and you're in the queue to get to the runway. So you've got a row of planes in front of you going to this runway, and your colleague in front of you is not at the runway yet, has turned on his strobes. You got to sit behind him, and you're sitting there looking at these strobes the whole time. Not a very nice thing to do. You want to make sure your strobes are off until you're ready to actually take off. Otherwise, it can be kind of rude to the other pilots that are maybe in the queue behind you, that they have to sit there and stare at your freaking strobes. So that's another part of the checklist that we'll be going through. So yeah, the navigation lights, strobe lights, and then the landing lights would be fixed actually to the generally fixed underneath the fuselage, really close to the fuselage, but kind of on the wing, close to the fuselage, back along the wing. We didn't include landing lights on this because our landing gear back here served as our landing lights, so we didn't actually include them. But generally, like I said, they're actually attached to the wing, close to the fuselage, would be like right about here. And they actually fold. They have a electronic motor that the light will fold out and point and then light up. Once you get to 10,000 feet, you would turn on those landing lights, and then again, you wouldn't turn them off after takeoff until 10,000 feet. So it's a good indicator, it's a good reminder to the pilot to, once you hit 10,000 feet, that, okay, I've gotten my lineup clearance, all right, we're go to turn on the landing lights. So you know that you've gotten your clearance if the lights have been turned on, is kind of the cue that you want to follow. So there you go. We went ahead and made these to our landing lights. And moving back further still, we've got our logo light, and it's pretty simple. It shines right at the tail, and the logo of the whatever airline. Everybody puts their logo on the tail. It's a great place to put it. Not only does it light up the logo for advertising purposes, it's also really great for when you're on the runway and you're approaching, or you're approaching the runway. You can see a plane on the runway on a 90-degree angle to you very, very easily, because it lights up the tail very well. And then finally at the back, you've got the third of the set of navigation lights, and it's steady white. And then on top of that, we've got our final strobe. So those are our different lights on our vehicles, and any commercial vehicle that we use, we're going to put those on there, and actually already have. The only other commercial vehicle that we use in our space agency is the Sikorsky S-43. So it's pretty cool. I'm really stoked about these. It's super fun to use. Let's go ahead and do a little flight here so we can kind of get used to the procedure. I wish we could taxi. Like, I don't like that it just pops you on the runway and there's no, taxiing to the runway and all of that. That would be really cool. But anyway, we'll still go through the checklists nevertheless. So anyway, we'll go ahead and pop this guy on out there and take a look at some of these procedures. So yeah, before you even start the engines on your plane, it's in the before start checklist that you turn on beacon lights, and then you can start your engines. Pretty cool. Pretty fun. Very, very fun. Okay, so here we are. We'll go ahead and turn off this light here and close the door. And before we start up the engines, of course, like I said, you need to turn on your beacon lights. So we turn those on. Alright, so our beacon lights are on. Everybody knows this plane is about to start the engines any second now. Get the hell away from it. And there we go. Our engines are lit and ready to go. At this point, we would go ahead and turn on the taxi light in order to back away from, if we're in a hangar or at a gate, we would turn on the taxi light so that we would drive this thing on over to our runway after we've gotten our runway, our takeoff clearance, our runway clearance, or our pushback clearance, actually. And of course, if we needed to use any of these turn-off lights in order to get there, we would do that. All the other lights need to remain off with the exception of the navigation lights and the logo light. We could leave that on as well, pretty much indefinitely. Alright, so engines are on, beacons are on, the taxi light is on. At this point, since we're on the runway, we can say, okay, we've gotten to our runway, and we're given the go-ahead to actually get onto the runway. Then, at that point, then we would go ahead and turn on the strobes. And we wouldn't want to turn these on before we got here because colleagues behind us might be rather unhappy that they have to sit there and stare at our bright flashing strobes in their face. It would be rather rude. Little etiquette, little pilot etiquette there. Alright, so our strobes are on. And now we would say, okay, we've gotten our takeoff clearance. At that point, we can turn on the takeoff lights, the takeoff light rather, the one, and also the landing lights. Although they're separate and distinct, they're pretty much matched. Like whenever you turn on the takeoff light, you're also going to turn on the landing lights, and I would expect vice versa. However, you know, once you're in flight, you also have to turn them off as well. So there we go. We've got our takeoff light as an indicator that we've gotten our takeoff clearance, and we are ready to take off. We would also probably at this point want to turn on our scan lights. Although I don't know that they're actually part of any of the takeoff checklist at all. But anyway, until we learn otherwise, we're going to go ahead and turn those on with the takeoff landing light setup. Alright, so we've gotten our launch clearance, or takeoff clearance. All of our lights should be enabled at this point. All the strobes, the navs, the beacons, landing lights, takeoff lights, and the taxi light, all of them are on, and we are ready for takeoff. So, let's go ahead and do this. We actually got a couple other new systems on this plane that should be really fun. We've got a touchdown spoiler system, which we have yet to test, so we'll be testing that right now. Let's go ahead and go into a test mode. Simulator mode on. Simulator mode on. There we go. Alright, and we are ready for takeoff. So let's go ahead and do this. SAS on. Flaps down. Brakes off, and we are ready to throttle up. Another thing that we had put our brake on for just a second. Another thing I'm going to point out, in the past we've been misusing, somebody had mentioned that we were misusing the call-outs on our takeoff, although they didn't really tell us anything about it. They just were like, oh, I vaguely remember somebody saying that our call-outs weren't right, but at the time I didn't have any more knowledge at our disposal, and we just went ahead with it anyway. So, we have learned a little bit more since then, and we have found that there are three, and we've always known that there were three distinct call-outs, but the way we were using them was incorrect. So here's how it actually goes down. There are three call-outs. There's V1, which is velocity 1, I guess one could say. I mean, it makes sense. V1. Now V1, what V1 means is once the co-pilot, or you could say the first mate, once they call out V1, you can no longer put the brakes on. You have to take off. And the reason is because you at V1 you will be going too fast to slow down before you hit the end of the runway. Simple. right? So V1 call out. Then after that, you got VR, and of course that stands for rotate. You're ready to pull back on the yoke, you're ready to rotate the plane, and it's ready to come off of the ground. That happens a little bit past V1 generally, and I mean, some planes, these callouts aren't especially necessary because the plane has got so much lift and the speed is so low at its rotation lift that you wouldn't need all of the callouts. But anyway, for most vehicles, all vehicles, we're going to be using these callouts. Have used these callouts, but like I said, it's a little bit fuzzy on exactly what they meant, and we just kind of applied our own rules. But yeah, V1 means you can't stop anymore. You have to take off. VR means you're ready to rotate, and you should probably get on it because you're approaching the end of the runway very fast. And then there's a third call out, which not a whole lot of airlines and planes use the call out, but it's nevertheless it's there, and that's V2. V2 means that is you've reached the point that it would be safe if there was an engine failure that you were able to actually stay in flight and do a go-around with only one engine. So basically that, yeah, if either one of our engines started to sputter on us and we had hit V2, we would be golden. We could go ahead and shut the engine down and do a go-around, set it back down, figure out what the hell went wrong and get it fixed and go at it again. So there you go. There's our three call-outs, V1, VR, and V2. We don't know V2 specifically, nor do we really know VR. It's different for each plane because of the wingspan, the weight, the speed. All of these things are variable. So V1, VR, V2, they're all variable for the different types of vehicles. So we kind of just sort of play it by ear. But all of these things are calculated prior to getting to the runway, determined with the amount of weight, and like I said, all these different variables. There's a very simple formula that they get their variables, they pop them into this formula and calculate their V1, VR, and V2 speeds, and so on and so on. So anyway, with all of that in mind, we can now do our takeoff. So our flaps are back, we're ready to go ahead and take off, brakes off, and we are ready to throttle up. Here we go. Okay, now our call out for V1, we generally, for this vehicle, we're going to say it's somewhere around 70. Actually, most vehicles is going to be about 70 meters a second. Okay, so V1, even though I would say we probably have enough at this speed to take off, but anyway, here we go. VR, let's go ahead and rotate. Alright, we have taken off. Okay, gear up. And flaps up. Now, the gear is up, and we're flying. However, we do have another light checking procedure that we need to go through. At 10,000 feet, we would want to turn off the... Now, here's a reason why we should probably add the landing lights. We were saying that our landing gear light was sufficient for our landing lights. However, they turn off when the gear comes up, and that's really not good. That's not good for us because we need to be able to turn off those at 10,000 feet along with the takeoff light. Now, the takeoff light actually would have been on the wheels, so we've got kind of a fore and aft kind of backwards here. This light would have turned off and would have been stowed. However, the pilot would still have to turn off the switch to say turn off at 10,000 feet. But the landing lights would be attached to the wing and not the gear. And so they would stay on until we reach 10,000 feet. For this vehicle, we're just going to kind of do a little bit of jumble it back and forth here and say that, okay, at 10,000 feet, we would go ahead and say, go ahead and turn off the launch or the takeoff light. Now, 10,000 feet. Okay, so that's 3,000. Okay, so that's 3,048 meters. We're over 10,000 feet now. We can go ahead and turn off the takeoff and landing lights. So turn off all of that. So we'll remember that number, that at 3,048, that is our 10,000 feet. We'll just say 3,000 feet to make it, or 3,000 meters to make it simple. At 3 kilometers, we want to turn off the landing lights. That's part of the checklist thing. So there we go. And there you have it. We're flying. All of our lights are on. You know, we're golden. Go to our destination. So another really cool thing that we had learned recently from Captain Joe's videos is the approach and flare. The approach and the flare. So there's a really interesting system on the ground for a plane's approach. It's called the poppy. And what the poppy is a set of 4 lights with red filters that at a certain angle, each light, the red filter is going to take over and the light will become red to the pilot on their approach. There's no poppy lights. Actually, we're going to fly past the Space Center because there is kind of a poppy light system or something on the other side, but it's not a poppy. There's something, I don't know what the hell they have back there, but there are 4 lights, but it's not a poppy. The poppy is always to the left of the runway, and like I said, there are 4 lights, and they have filters, and the idea is that at 3 nautical miles, you want to start, you're in your final approach, and at 3 nautical miles, you need to be at a 3-degree decline. You need to be coming down at the runway at 3 degrees, and to be at the certain height, at the perfect height, that's what the poppy lights do for you. The 4 lights, they're white and red. If you've got 2 whites and 2 red, means you're dead on. If you've got 3 whites and 1 red, means you're too high. If you've got 3 reds, then that means you're too low. If you got 4 reds, that means, dude, you're really fucking low, and you better do something about it, like, right away. So, that's what the poppy is, essentially. And they just glare. All they do is they're actually just lights shining out, and the filter only becomes visible when the plane is at a certain altitude or a certain angle to the lights, which makes them really interesting. There's nothing else to it. The filter, the lights actually don't turn on and off, don't turn red and white on their own. They just, from the perspective, the filter will have turned the light red to the pilot. But anyway, the poppy lights would be right about here, and to let us know that we're actually on the proper 3-degree approach to the runway. But like I said, we're going to fly past the runway real quick and see. Here's a couple lights down here, but those are not Those are not poppy lights. I have no idea what the hell those are. I was thinking we might... I mean, it won't work as far as... It'd be cosmetic, but I was thinking we might build a poppy light and drive it out to where it should be, and as a permanent fixture for our runway. Not sure if we're going to do that or not, because it would only be cosmetic. But boy, it would be it would be a really nice thing to have if it did actually work for our 3-degree approach to the runway. Does the island have a poppy? No way. It doesn't. In fact, the island runway doesn't have jack shit. It doesn't even have taxi lights. So yeah, plane's got a hell of a lot more character with these added lights. Hell of a lot more character indeed. Super cool. Super cool. Anyway, let's go ahead and do this flight properly here. We're a little bit whack. So we're down below 10,000 feet. That would be a no-no. We would definitely be in trouble. Let's go ahead and get our plane back up above 10,000 feet. And we need to be 3 nautical miles, at least 3 nautical miles away from the runway as we're doing our approach. Keep it going, still not there. Get up about 3,000 meters. Alright, there we go. We're above 10,000 feet now, and we can fly safely. Okay, so the lineup clearance. Lineup clearance. So let's say we've been flying around in circles, waiting for the air traffic controllers to give us the lineup clearance. Is there any lights involved in that? I suppose just the landing lights. Yeah, that would be it. Okay, so we can go ahead and say we've been given our landing or our lineup clearance. So we can go ahead and line up. We also need to translate nautical miles into kilometers so that we can see how far away from the runway we actually are to get it right. Okay, so 3 nautical miles is 5.5 kilometers. So that's actually really, really close. Got plenty of time to do this lineup here. Okay. So at this point, we would go ahead and turn on the landing lights as we're below. We've hit 10 kilometers, or 10,000 feet. 10,000 feet, 3 kilometers. Go ahead and turn on the lights. Maybe even throttle back just a little bit here. And we would want to get a 3 degree, if we were at 3 degrees. See, this is where the poppy would really help us. If we had one, sure would be nice. Have to figure out exactly when. Say the gear should probably, yeah, you wouldn't put the gear down until you were actually at 3 nautical miles. We're close enough now. Here comes the flare. Ooh, too much flare. Too much flare. Okay, set her down. Okay, and there we go. We hit our spoilers, our touchdown spoilers, and that system worked pretty good. You can see the winglets, as they call them in the back. That's actually absolutely wrong to call those winglets. They're not winglets. But anyway, the winglets have pitched up in order to put the nose, push down on the nose, and give us a hell of a lot of drag. And yeah, that worked out great. That worked out really good. Nice. And that was pretty cool. Our approach was botched. We need to figure out the different altitudes that we should be at to get our approach just right. And then the flare, we fucked up our flare because we're still doing it all kind of by eye. We're just sort of eyeballing it. And if we were doing it the way that a real pilot does it, we would be getting it right every time, because it's all based on your altitude and your speed and the touchdown. But yeah, here's those lights I was talking about that are they're like a poppy. It looks like they're trying to simulate the poppy lights, because they're not pointed to the runway. They're pointed out. But a couple things. The poppy light is not split in two. The poppy light is one light with 4 lights. Get past this here. I want to see these lights. Yeah, they're look at this. They're supposed to be. These are like fakey poppy lights. Clearly, the designers of Kerbal Space Program didn't know what the hell a poppy light was, and anyway, they just kind of threw some lights on there. Yeah, they almost got it right. They've got 4 lights here, but it should be one thing, and it wouldn't be. You would not be approaching the runway this way. I mean, it would not make sense. Of course, you would want to land from here going back, and thus the poppy light should be over here. And they're always to the left of the runway. So the poppy lights should be. Oh wait, there's actually some lights back here too. Well, they do have a sort of fakey poppy light system back here too, but again, it's broken. It's not correct. It should be to the left of the runway, and they're not even on. And nor could they work in the physics of Kerbal Space Program. But boy, what a big help that would be to know that you are in fact in the lane, so to speak, on your approach, 3 degree approach to the runway, and that your altitude is correct. And then the flare itself was 3 degrees as well. Throttle down and then a 3-degree pull. I know a mod that can help you with that. What mod is that? If it's not too crazy, I might, you know, as a general rule, I say to hell with suggesting mods, and generally it'd be like Banhammer. Not really, but jokingly Banhammer for suggesting mods. Something like Mech Jeb. It's a pretty heavy duty mod then, huh? I don't know. What is it? What's the name of it? I might check it out. Nav utilities? Yeah, I might try that. Because of course the landing is the funnest part. Like getting the landing just right, getting the flare just right, and touching down perfectly is like, oh, it's so satisfying, you know? I mean, it's like that is what you aim for as a pilot, is that beautiful flare touch, you know, just butter. That's what a pilot, what they call it in the industry. They call it a butter landing. That just, it's smooth as butter. And that would be awesome to do that. But I think we can probably, as we figure this stuff out, and a little bit of math, never hurt anybody, to figure out exactly what altitude we should be at 3 degrees coming in and so on. Butter landing. I love butter landings. Indeed. Everybody loves a butter landing. I've flown, when I was a kid, I used to fly a lot. Like, a lot. And so, yeah, I've had my fair share of bad landings. In fact, like, I remember a couple of crosswind landings that were like, oh my god, you know, as a passenger, you're like doing this, like, oh god damn, like, are we gonna crash, that kind of thing. But those butter landings, it's like you don't even feel them as a passenger. You just oh, we're on the ground. Like, yeah, that's a good pilot. No good pilot when you get those beautiful, nice, soft butter landings. Nav Utilities has the option to choose different runways. How's that, since there's only one runway, or 2 runways? I've never been in a butter landing, sadly. Well, it's, you know, it's a skill thing. The flare is a skill trick. You know, there is science behind it, there is math behind it, and they try and explain it to pilots, you know, trained pilots, in order to be able to get the butter landings. But the truth is, there's a lot of variables involved. The wind, a big one, the wind. You got any crosswinds, that's going to be difficult. But say it's everything is the perfect conditions for a butter landing. It's also skill. Takes hours. It takes many hours on board in order to become a fantastic pilot. Anyway, let's go ahead and do another takeoff and landing and see if we can't get a little bit better on our approach and whatnot. So we've got our takeoff light and the landing lights are on. So we've gotten our takeoff clearance. The strobes are on. Yeah, we're ready to rock and roll here. Let's go ahead and do it. So SAS is on. We're going to make that part of the thing too. In our checklist, we're not going to turn on our lights. We're not going to turn on the takeoff light until we have SAS on. So we'll say SAS on. Okay, we are clear to click on the lights, and then we're ready to go ahead and take off. So let's go ahead and do it. Brakes off. Throttling up. Oop. Another thing. We also want to have our flaps extended for takeoff as well. At least for this vehicle. Okay, so 70 meters a second. Let's say right about at this line we're going to call V1. Alright. VR. Rotating. Nice takeoff, nice takeoff. Gear up. Flaps up. And we climb to 10K. Or in our world, it will be 3K. Well, you've got the island and the KSC, that's what I was saying. You've only got the 2 runways. It's a shame. I wish there was more. God, I wish there was more runways. Man. That would be nice. If we got the Making History expansion, then I think you get another runway. There's like one more runway. They should be everywhere. Super nice. Okay, we're approaching 10,000 feet now. We'll go ahead and get ready to turn off the takeoff and landing lights. And 3 kilometers, 3, there it is. We are at 10,000. We'll go ahead and turn off the takeoff and landing lights. Most notably the landing lights. That's actually, I believe, in the checklist that the landing light specifically, I don't believe it says anything about the takeoff light. Anyway, there we go. Yeah, this game really could use, boy, that would be so nice. There were more runways. It would add such a huge element to this game, just having runways. Yeah, another thing that having our own, like, pseudo poppy light would be that we could actually see. Right now we're only we're judging the distance to the runway by Gunter's van, and Gunter's van isn't always there. So it would be nice to actually have something that is 100% static, going to stay there, and that we could rely on to judge how far away from the runway we actually are. Yeah, another thing popped in my head here. I was saying during that last landing, the spoiler system, the touchdown spoiler system that we have, it actuates these winglets, which they call winglets. This is absolutely incorrect. Winglets, these are winglets. They're on the ends of the winglets are on the ends of the wing. They don't move. A winglet does not have actuation, does not have attitude control at all. There are actually There's two types of winglets. There's winglets, and then there's sharklets. And the sharklet is actually an Airbus thing. Sharklet is the same thing as a winglet, only it's Airbus, and it's a little bit different. It's more curvature than like the Boeing sort of winglet, which we have here. But these, to call this part right here a winglet it couldn't be more wrong. Could not be more wrong. Coming back into 10,000 feet. We've gotten our lineup clearance, and we can go ahead and turn on the landing lights. And the takeoff light. Okay. And start to get our approach. Yeah, we need to figure out the altitudes here. So we're really, really far away. We wouldn't expect to do our final approach until we got to, what was it? What did I say? 5 kilometers? 5.5 kilometers is 3 nautical miles. So that's how that should be going down. Could slow down just a little bit. Flaps down and gear down at 5 kilometers, 3 nautical miles, and we would get 3. If we were on our approach properly, then we would just keep this thing in a 3 degree descent as per the poppy lights. Look at the end of the runway. Of course, and then the flare. Oh, we flared it too much. Okay, and then the... Whoa! See, this is something that can happen if you don't touch down properly. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I was not ready for this at all. Okay, our spoiler. Oh, we're gonna run over the runway! No! Oh, shit! Nice! Yeah! Get wrecked. Okay, so we need to do some of our own stuff there. That would have been fine had we were trying to pay attention to too many things, and this is why you checklist things. This is why there's a checklist, guys. So what we could have done or should have done there was we need to have the brakes on. And then the spoiler, we clicked on the spoiler, but we forgot to change it from reverse when we turned it off to forward again. So when we clicked it, it did nothing because it was trying to go backwards, and it was already backwards. So that was absolutely full of shit. That was a pretty awesome wreck. So yeah, we'll need to get a few things ironed out here. So I figure 3 kilometers we want to gear down and get our approach. We need to calculate the altitude we need to be at 3 kilometers for the approach in order to get the 3 degrees. Should be easy enough. And then also as a checklist. When we come into 10 kilometers, or I keep saying 10 kilometers, that's not right. We're mixing metric and standard here. So when we come to an altitude of 3 kilometers, which is 10,000 feet, we want to turn on the landing lights, and I would say pin and check the touchdown spoiler to make sure that its play direction is correct, is forward, and that it's pinned and ready for us to apply the spoilers. On a real plane, the spoilers are attached to, most of the time, they're attached to the landing legs. They're the landing wheels in a hydraulic setup. So same thing with the engines. This is something that we could add to this vehicle if we wanted to, that it applies reverse thrust when the vehicle touches down. Now that means all the landing wheels, the back landing wheels, they have to be touched down at the same time. Otherwise, the spoilers won't engage and the reverse engine won't engage. And you can tell on a real plane when that happens, because on the engine, it actually, there's a cowling around it. It pulls back. And when that happens, the engine is actually no longer thrusting this way. It's actually thrusting the opposite way to slow the plane down. So, and those things only happen when both the landing gear have been pushed up, or there's weight pushed down on them, basically telling the plane, we're on the ground, slow the fuck down. And that's what, as soon as that hydraulic pressure kicks into the landing gear, it actuates the spoilers. You've probably seen this before if you're flying on a plane and you're sitting on the wing, you get to see the spoilers kick up right at touchdown. And then you also hear the loud whoosh, that's the reverse thrust of the engines. So we could add that. It's not really all that necessary here. We probably will, just for the sake of doing that. If we could add that to this cow, we absolutely could. So you can see on our cow here, we've got this winglet. Again, I'm just going to keep bashing the programmers for calling this a winglet. It's absolutely not. Anyway, we could say in here, toggle reverse. Can we do that? We want to do that? Doesn't look like we have the option. We've got throttle, thrust limit. Yeah, it doesn't have that option. Although I know there are engines in the game that you can click on it and you can say reverse thrust. Maybe it's just not these engines specifically. Maybe not the Junos. But I know there are engines that have it. So anyway, we can't do it to this. Just kind of a shame. Ah, damn it. Now, at first I really didn't care, but now that I was like, now I want to do it. Rat bastards. Oh, man. Ah. Altitude, altitude, altitude. Altitude, altitude. What do you think? So, we want to be 3 kilometers at 5 3 kilometers at 5 kilometers to kick on the landing lights and all those systems. 3 degrees, 3 degrees. I'm gonna have to figure that one out. How the hell are we gonna figure that out? I have to pull open a Captain Joe video. Find out exactly what altitude we need to be at. Can it be that simple? We need to be absolutely ready for the spoiler the second that we touch down, too. Is there a way we can do that? Not sure. Before we get too entangled into our lights and our approach and all that math that goes with it, we're gonna do one more little flight just for fun here, to try and get the touchdown spoilers to kick off as seamlessly as we can. And then we're going to get into the actual meat of today's stream, which is, in fact, has nothing to do with the planes, but rather the landing of the reentry of our shuttle. The textures are whack. Her feet are in the ground. You know what? We should probably reload the game too before we do anything serious. This is probably a direct result of that crash that we had. But yeah, even before the pilot gets really anywhere, you have to do a walk around to check all of the different stuff. There's a big long checklist of things that you need to look at. You gotta make sure there's no hydraulic fluid leaks or any cracks in the fuselage or any indications of bird strikes or anything like that, which can take quite a long time. Yeah, they go around with a flashlight and inspect the hell out of their plane before getting in it and doing anything. That's another thing that we're going to add to our little immersion checklist. Okay. Alright, pre-flight checklist. Let's go ahead and turn on the beacons. Okay, beacons are lit. We can go ahead and light the engines. Alright, and close the door. Kick on the taxi light. And taxi to the runway. Okay, we're at the runway. Go ahead and we've gotten our go ahead to get onto the runway. We go ahead and kick on our strobes. Alright, strobes are on. And we can go ahead and kick on the scan lights. Alright, and say we have been given the clearance for takeoff. So takeoff clearance, we've gotten that. We can go ahead and say SAS on and extend the flaps. And now we are go to turn on the takeoff and landing lights for takeoff. Alright, there we go. Now all of our systems are in place. We're go for takeoff. Let's do it. Throttle up, brakes off. And 70 meters a second. V1. VR. Rotating. Okay. Gear up. Flaps up. Up we go. On stays the landing lights and the launch takeoff light until we get to our 10,000 feet or 3,048 meters. Feeling quite legit. Looks quite legit. Approaching 10,000 feet. So ready to turn off the takeoff and landing lights. 3 kilometers, and there we go. That's 10,000 feet. We'll go ahead and turn off the lights. Level it out. And hooray, we're flying. Yeah, I think we're definitely considering putting a poppy light out there. Cool. The new flashing light system they have is that they added is really cool. It'd be nice if you had a little bit more control, like the strobes, for instance. They're actually supposed to pulse twice every second, and you can't do that with the system. But I don't know, it's not too bad. I mean, it's better than nothing. Yeah, the new lights are sweet. I really like the new lights. They're sweet. Okay, we're approaching the 10,000 feet mark. So we've gotten our lineup clearance. Alright, we are go to turn on the landing lights. Did I just turn that one on and then off? I think I did. See, this is the problems that I don't know. We also need to pin the spoilers, make sure they're facing the right way. Okay, we're good to go. Approaching our 3 nautical miles. All right, gear down. Brakes on. Flaps down. Flare. Ooh, that was almost good. Nice, dude. Yeah! That's what I'm talking about. That's what I want to see. That was a nice landing. The approach was still fucky, but it was pretty good. Oh, the touchdown spoiler was dead on, though. That was absolutely what I wanted to see out of this vehicle. Fuck yeah. GG. That was sick. That was so cool. Oh, that was awesome. That was freaking awesome. Alright, well, let's revert this back into the space plane hangar. That was fun. I want to put landing lights on this thing. I was omitting doing it, but to hell with that. We're going to do it because they're so integral towards our checklist. So let's freaking do it. Now, let's use these. These are absolutely perfect. This is exactly what the landing lights on a Airbus look like. And they pitch like that. They're actually would be a little bit better because they can fold up back in to be more aerodynamic, which these don't exactly do. They give us a pitch thing, but they don't actually fold into the vehicle, but that's all right. I mean, this will absolutely do. This will absolutely do. Okay, they need to be close to the fuselage, towards the back of the wing, and they gotta be bright as all hell. Like, these are super duper bright. Okay, there you go. Very nice. Those will be part of our checklist instead of the landing gear, because those turn off as we raise our gear, and that's no good. They need to be part of the checklist. So, yeah, we can't connect things to the wheel. Oh, we can. We actually can. Now hold the phone here. We might be able to put these turn-off lights. Oh, snap. Will these actually... Dude, no way. Now that won't work. That can't work because I know when this retracts, it won't pull that with it. It absolutely won't. We know that it won't. those would just stay there. The wheel would move and the lights would stay there. Man, that would be sweet. Like, we can put them on there, but that is... Oh, that's a shame. I'd love to be able to move these turn-off lights actually onto the wheel. Same thing with the take-off light. Oh well, whatever. It's cool enough. I mean, it's accurate enough. Okay, go ahead and save that. So we've now got our new Billy Badass landing lights. Pretty sweet. I like it. Let's go ahead and leave the VAB here. We're going to reload the games. That crash probably definitely ate up some RAM. And before we get into we want to have that have the game tip-top shape before we get into the live mode reentry of our shuttle. So we're gonna go ahead and take a quick break right here. Fill up the coffee, stretch the legs real quick, and when we come back, we're going to get up to the International Space Station and do a re-entry of the Space Shuttle Atlantis, which is going to stay in the world map indefinitely, and it's going to go... We're going to bring that... we're going to put it into a museum somehow. We haven't quite nailed all of that down just yet, but we're making headway on exactly what we're going to do concerning the museum. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Reloading KSP is my favorite when you need every ounce of real responsiveness and accuracy. Well, as much as the Unity engine is capable of. But I can just keep killing the game and starting it over and over and over if you like. A lot of times I push it too far, that it's just like by the time we finally get around to reloading the game, it's at a crawl. Every time you try and load a plane onto the runway or load something onto the launch pad, it's like, takes forever. All right, let's do it. Up we go. Live mode on. Reload for every vehicle launch? Absolutely. Well, every live mode vehicle launch. It would be foolish not to. But for simulator mode, like I said, we push it. It's like we make one little change, pop it out there, and that eats up RAM. We decide something else needs to be changed, we revert, pop something, change something else, we pop it back out there. We do that over and over and over and over, and by the time it's like, we need to reload the game. I'm sitting waiting for 10, 15, 20 minutes even just for the damn game to come back to us so that we can kill it. And reload. Alright, here we are out at the International Space Station. If something were to go wrong here, like if it were to start crakening and we needed to... I don't even know what... Well, we've got persistence. We still have like a backup of persistence, but right here, we would lose a fair amount of the work that we'd put in on our planes if we had to F9 or something right here. Boy, it's turning fast. So fast. Have to load a persistent. If something goes wrong here, we would have to reload a persistent. Please don't, Kraken. Everything looks on the level. Seems on the level. We're on the prograde marker almost. It's getting just a little bit of turn, but yeah, everything looks fine. Okay, I'm happy with that. Let's get an F5 right here. All right, and there's our space shuttle Atlantis. What the hell? What's up with our Kerbals? Why are there... Oh, you know, it's these two Kerbals here. They're actually clipping into each other, as I believe they're over here. Yeah, let's transfer them out of the Piers airlock. Now, before we go, let's get a little bit of trash moved into this sucker. So, let's see, let's put this container over here, and there's a few pieces back in Svedsta. What the? Okay, yeah, new hitchhiker storage setup. Interesting. Okay, but these specifically are the big deal here. We want to move these. Uh-oh. I see a Kraken developing. Maybe. It's not developing, it's just working itself out. Okay, there's a couple more of those pieces. Damn, it's pretty violent back there. Definitely some violent moving. Maxed out. Alright. So that's all the more garbage that thing can carry. Man, those ladders are huge. Okay, so despite the violent kind of torquing that we got going on back here, it's just a matter of time before it would absorb all of the energy which is kind of flowing around on the station right now, and it would zero its roll and yaw and pitch, and all of that would be zeroed out. We would be okay. It just looks quite violent right now. But otherwise, I think we're all right. So we need to get our launch, get our Kerbals back on board. Now, this flight we actually sent the real crew. So here's Sandra. Go ahead and bring her back on board.
city.
Oh snap, what do we got here?
In my own temple? Goodness me.
Maelstrom? Maelstrom? Storm? Why isn't this showing up in my chat bot? What is going on with this machine over here? Rachel Maelstrom? Maelstrom? Thank you for that raid. Welcome everybody to the stream. Welcome to the International Space Station circa... Oh, Christ, what is this? I guess we should probably know. We should probably look it up. Sts-135 was the final shuttle flight. And this happened... Oh my god, I hate Razer equipment. This mouse, I swear, I want to throw it against the wall. I really, really do.
Ignition sequence start.
Thank you for that follow, Rachel. Yeah, welcome everybody from Rachel's stream. Hope you had a good stream. Hope you had fun. Was last seen playing Kerbal Space Program, really. Never heard of it. Just struggling to get to Jewel. Just hit 100 followers? Oh, well, congratulations on that. That's a big milestone. I remember when I hit my first 100, I was so proud. So proud. I'm always proud. I'm always proud when we get that next 100. I love tweeting it out. The snippet of the window showing that we'd hit the next 100. It's so satisfying. That's really what we stream for. Just to see those numbers clicking up. So, yeah, I appreciate that follow. We'll definitely drop on by your channel here and hit you a follow. I don't want to do it right now because also, if you've got notifications, then it's great to see notifications. So I'm going to wait until your next stream. I'm going to come and see your stream, and we're going to definitely, I assure you, give you a follow. But only when you can reap the benefit of seeing the indication, seeing the notifier. Because that's satisfying too. It makes a ding, I know. It's so like, yay. It's a big deal. It's a big deal, guys. It's a big deal. Which, by the way, if you guys are new to the channel, make sure you hit that follow button. Enable notifications so you can see when we come online. Subscribe on YouTube. Follow us on Twitter. The links are down below. Naturally. We love to have you here. We love to hear those notification dings going off. So did you build the whole ISS here? Yes, I did. Yes, this is 100% legit launches, all tried to recreate it in order, in chronological order of the modules. We didn't do every single flight specifically, as I mean, we've done a lot of feel-good flights, like the Soyuz flights that really brought nothing other than water and supplies and stuff like that. We've done a ton of those, but we didn't recreate every single one of those chronologically. We just kind of did them at our own discretion. But the modules, those we did do chronologically, every one of those flights. And so here we are at Sts-135. As you can tell by the title of the stream, this was and is the very final shuttle flight that went to the ISS. In fact, it was the very last shuttle flight period of the shuttle program. It was retired after this flight, and so our shuttle here at Space Shuttle Atlantis, we're going to put it into a museum, and we're still figuring out what how all of that's going to go down. Sindana, I hope I'm saying that right. If I mispronounce any of you guys' names, feel free to correct me in chat. No harm in that. I'd appreciate knowing exactly how you guys like me to say your names. So correct me if I get it wrong. Please correct me if I get it wrong. But thank you for that follow. All right, so anyway, we were moving astronauts, the astronauts, into the shuttle for their flight home. And these are the actual astronauts that flew this flight. One of them in particular is a very famous one today. You guys may, as we come across him, here's Chris Fergie Ferguson. Of course, everybody who's got the last name Ferguson, they always get named Fergie. It's kind of unoriginal. But anyway, Fergie Ferguson climbs on board. As soon as we've got two more to go here. As soon as we find them, wherever the hell they are. No, we'd be all the way back in the Russian segment. They wouldn't be back in Zvezda. Destiny module? Harmony? No. JM? Oh. JEM? No. Tranquility? No. Unity. Gotta be in Unity. Yuri Gagarin. He's quite famous, but he's not going home on this flight. Where the hell are the rest of our astronauts? Where are they hiding? Where could they be hiding? In the quest airlock, maybe? Aha! Chucky. Douglas Chucky. Or Chunky, I'm sorry. Is it Chunky or Chucky? I thought we'd figured out that it was Chunky. Yeah, it is Chunky. Douglas Chunky. Okay, and that's the Douglas Hurley, Douglas G. Hurley. He is he's quite famous as he was one of the astronauts to last fly the shuttle, and he also was the astronaut to first fly the Dragon. As you guys might remember him from the duo. The musical duo, not really musical duo, but the duo of Doug and Bob, the guys who first flew the Dragon. You guys may not know, or may not known, that he actually flew the last shuttle as well. What a badass. What a badass. Doug and Bob. Okay, so who we got here? Rex. 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 Anyway, Rex, Doug, Christopher, Fergie, and Sandra, those are our astronauts coming home today on this STS flight. All of the garbage is in there, so we are good to go. We just need to get ready, get into our return window here, or our departure window. Where the hell's the damn... Okay. Turn that off, turn that off. We want flags, please. Okay, cool. Actually, even better. There you go. Now we need to time accelerate to phase 0, and we've been getting this wrong for a very long time. This is where we need to be for phase 0, right? Over here. Where the hell is it? So let's see here. We're facing, facing underneath to get that, and here. It's wrong. It needs to be over here. Right. No. No, yeah, that's right. It needs to be over here. Okay, so let's go ahead and time accelerate here. Until we get into phase 0. Okay, so we're starting to approach phase 0 now. Let's go ahead and come out of time acceleration. That's close enough for government work right there. And we're ready for phase 0. Go ahead and get this thing turned back to its proper attitude, and we will be ready for undocking. Must be rough for poor Fergie. Yeah, anybody with the name Fergie. I would just be like, come on, guys. Is that the best nickname you can come up with? I mean, every single person, Ferguson, is gonna be called Fergie. Poor guys. Ooh, I'm seeing some Kraken. Dude, it is really flexing hard. It absolutely is Krakening. It's gotta be Krakening. I've never seen it flex like that before. Dude, that is a fucking Kraken, bruh. Let's go ahead and do the departure. Yeah, that's a Kraken for sure, but it will go away when we departure. Okay, so we're go for Atlantis, you are go for undocking. Hit it. Okay, switch over here. SAS to SAS. Control point confirm. Okay. RCS on, docking mode on, thrusting aft. Yeah, and you can see the station has mellowed out. There was quite a lot of tugging going on there. This is just, it's not a problem with our model, it's a problem with the physics of Kerbal Space Program. The Kraken just strikes. Sometimes there's absolutely nothing that you can do to stop it, and other times doing the same exact thing that caused the Kraken, like half the time it will cause, actually even like less than half the time it will actually cause a Kraken. So it's nonsense. It has nothing to do with our model. It's just the game, and it's a frustrating thing to have to work around, but whatever. Whatever, what do you do? It's either you work around it or you stop playing the game, so. But anyway, here we go. Got our little pushback, and yeah, we can go ahead and bring back in the tunnel, unlock that, and retract. Retract that tunnel. RCS off, SAS to SAS, and we're go for the control point change. All this new inventory thing is kind of obnoxious, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I don't need to see this crap. Like, unless I'm interested in it, like, I don't need to see it. And they have all of these things to, like, crunch it down, but by default they're left up. So I don't know, it's a little bit irritating. And then the main vehicle, main thing that you click on is always going to have it, so it's kind of obnoxious, especially when we don't use any of the stock inventory system, because the old inventory system, the modded inventory system that we have been using forever, is so much better. So it's like, why would we change to a system that's newer but not as good? Anyway. We got our control point. No, we did not. We did not do the control point. Okay, so change the control point. All right, we're good on that front. So let this thing drift just a little bit further away before we do our turn. Take a look at our consumables, make sure we're cool on this front. The big thing that we need to worry about on the shuttle is the electric charge, because we do not have infinite electricity on the shuttle. Doesn't have any solar panelage at all, so we have to rely on burning fuel in order to charge the batteries if we need to do it. But if everything goes according to plan, we won't need to burn any fuel for electricity, because we will have finish the mission before we get in any danger of running out of electric charge. But still, it's good to have that little knowledge in the back of our mind that we are still green. We didn't screw anything up yet. Just yet. So yeah, the International Space Station build, yes, it took us quite a long time to do this. If we were knocking out missions like every single day, sometimes we put a lot of work in and then took a bit of vacation, and other times we put in very little work and took long vacations and such. So yeah, we've been working on the International Space Station for quite a long time, but even if we were doing it like every day, like banging out missions like every single day, then it still would have taken us a long time. But yeah. Project's it's a big one, man. It takes quite a fair amount of forethought, and it's not just about the station, because in order to build the station, you have to have 3 different types of rockets. First, you've got to have the shuttle program, which is a huge undertaking in itself. And then B, well, actually, first you have to have the Proton. You have to have the Proton rocket in order to launch the first module, which was Zarya. And then you need the shuttle program. And then you need the Soyuz program. So, amongst other vehicles that have come out here. So yeah, the International Space Station build is a big one. There's a lot of things, a lot of support vehicles and support things that you need to build first in order to get started. A lot of fun. A lot of fun. Oh no, I brought the Kraken with me. Nah, nah, nah. It's not you. It's the game. It's the Unity engine. The Unity engine, man. Leaves quite a lot to be desired. Alrighty then, I think we're far enough away that we can safely do our turn on the catwalk. Yeah, I do my little turn on the catwalk. Okay, so we're control point changed to the cockpit, which is actually not correct. We need to be on the ohms computer, which I believe is 7. Okay, there we go. Ohms computer engaged. SAS, go ahead and turn us to the orbital retrograde node and prepare for the departure burn. Atlantis, you are go for the retrograde turn. Hit it. And roll to 0. Okay. We are on the node, but we are still not quite ready for a departure burn. Kind of want to get a little bit of radial out influence here. Just a tad. So, Douglas. Houston, Atlantis, you are advised to do a radial out burn. So you are go to click on the RCS and the docking mode and give us just a little bit of radial out. Wrong way, that's radial in. Okay, go ahead and just a little bit. Alright, there you go. That's more than enough. RCS off. Damn nice. Got the moon over here and everything. Look how close it appears. I mean, it's just like, looks like it's right there. Like a gray ping pong ball floating in the sky in the same way that bricks don't. Delicately colored in the light of the sun, like burnt bisquick. That's not funny.
That's not funny!
Yeah, what we should have done before we came up here, we should have gotten an F5 on the ground somewhere. This is also where we were talking earlier about the runway poppy lights. That would have been a good thing. Like if we just, as soon as we load the game, no matter what changes we have made or whatever we did previously to reloading the game, if we just go to the poppy lights or puts a set of poppy lights at the end of the runway, we can go to that each time, be very, very low in part count load, and we can get an F5 right there, and we will always have a nice static F9 place to go to if something goes wrong, you know, with the if the Kraken decides to try and strike whatever it is that we're working with. So another good reason to build a poppy light on the runway. Yeah, we're definitely gonna do that. We're definitely gonna make some poppy lights. All right, this looks pretty safe right here. So go ahead and take a look at the staging. All right, the ohms engines are lit and nothing else. We're good on that front. Go ahead and take this out of docking mode, out of staging mode. We're on the retrograde marker. So Houston, Atlantis. Is that how the call out should be? If I'm Houston, I would say me first, and then the. Or no, I would say Atlantis, Houston. You are go for the departure burn. We normally never did those call-outs before. We just kind of said your go to do your maneuver, but like to learn a little bit here on this channel, all the little intricate details of space flight and commercial flight and military flight and all this other stuff. It's interesting to me. We'll figure that one out. Okay, everything looks copacetic. We're go for the departure burn. Doug, you're up. Hit it. Departure burn complete. Here's where we get a really nice flyby. There's your money shot. Ooh, very nice. Wave. Fireball. Ball. Is the station still named properly? Let's click back here. Yep, still named properly. Okay, so we're good on that. Everything looks very, very stable by comparison to the flexing that was happening across our truss last prior to the undocking. Epic. All right, so we've gotten our departure burn, and we're floating away. We need to start crunching some numbers here before too much longer. Let's go ahead and turn off these flags for the time being. Well, actually, right. We need to get into a reentry corridor first. So, where are we? We're just about approaching Apoapsis. So if we actually wait until after Apoapsis and then get the next... Oh, we could actually go down here to Periapsis. Yeah, okay. Let's plot it at Periapsis. That works for me. Go ahead and change the... change our Periapsis down to our reentry corridor of 80 kilometers. And we want to plot that at Periapsis. Go ahead and boom, hit us there. Yeah, that should work just fine. Atlantis, Houston. You are go to turn to the reentry corridor A node. Prepare for the reentry corridor burn. All right, we are on the node and ready for reentry corridor A. Hit it. And we say goodbye to the International Space Station. The shuttle says goodbye for the last time. It's been fun, but it's time to retire this exceedingly expensive program and start relying on more efficient vehicles to get back and forth to the International Space Station. For the time being, that vehicle is going to consist of the Soyuz for a very long time. It's going to be the only vehicle with the ability of getting back and to and from the International Space Station until the Dragon comes along. Okay. We're definitely not cutting through the center of mass in the way that we should. The weight is certainly different, and this is going to pose us some problems during re-entry. We need to be very, very careful once we get past the bay to control our speed. It's going to be a bit different than we're used to, so we got to be careful. We got to be very, very careful and mindful. Anyway, there's our re-entry corridor. A is complete. We need to circularize that on the other side. So we can go ahead and get ourselves just circularize at Periapsis. That's really all we need to do here. And that will get us a circular re-entry corridor of roughly, boy, it's, look at how it's plotting that. That's like, we're still 200 meters, almost 300 meters off. So we're going to have a fair amount of correction going on here to get into the proper, you know what, hold on. Kill that. SAS, put us to retrograde, and let's clean up this side first, because I'm not happy with that 300 meters. That's no bueno. Okay, so RCS on, docking mode on. Let's go ahead and kill a little bit of that. Fine controls. Bring it back. There you go. Dead on 80. All right, now plot it. Okay, and we'll get a perfect circular 80. This is will still be incorrect, but it'll be easier for us to correct. We won't be getting a lopsided correction when we go to do the final little fine pinpointed stuff. So go ahead and turn the RCS off and turn to that node and prepare for re-entry corridor B. Okay, we're in docking mode. That's not okay. Okay, looks good. So, re-entry corridor B. And the reason that we were off on that is because we're not cutting through the center of mass properly. We've got a control for that if we so wanted to fix that, but we don't have many burns, and each of these burns is accompanied by a fine tune with the docking mode, so I'm not too concerned about it. It's not that big a deal. Anyway, we're on the node and ready for re-entry corridor B. Atlantis, Houston, you are go for re-entry corridor B. Hit it. and down we go. This is actually the best time to do that correction too. Is that okay? Yeah, here's the ohms. The ohms controller. You can see we're starting to rotate forward. So we would need to cut it back the opposite way. Ever so slightly. Am I getting this right? This is absolutely not looking right. Is the ohms computer broken? Or is the ohms controller broken? It should have a thing on it. It should have a thing that says, yeah, okay, that's the wrong controller. What the hell is this? We have two ohms. We have two ohms computers. I don't know what that's about. Yeah, we had the wrong one. There you go. Yeah, we should be cutting through it a lot more flat now. What the hell is this one? This must be an old system that we no longer use. It's labeled ohms computer, but that doesn't make sense. What the hell is that for? All right, so we are now in the lane. We need to sharpen up on the orbital slime. For the orbital slime, we need the orbital nympho. So what we're looking for here is actually the orbital period, the time in which it takes us to do one orbit. And currently, at this altitude, we're at 31 minutes, 15.48 seconds. And we need to be at 31 minutes, 14.04 seconds. So RCS on, docking mode on. Let's clean this up just a little bit. RCS off, put us on the node first. Okay, RCS, okay, put us on that retrograde node. Now RCS on, and we'll clean that up. Okay, so 14. And fine controls, we want to be at 14.04. Almost there. 1,000th more. There we are. All right, RCS off. And now we are in the lane, and we can get some of our... We can get the vital variables for our equation. So you can see here the Kerbal Space Center flag is actually on this side of the planet, and we look at it. We do the rest of the reentry looking at our path going counterclockwise, which means the planet is spinning this way and we're orbiting this way, and we have it all figured out from where the Kerbal Space Center, when it's at midnight relative to our orbit, if we put our orbit as flat as we possibly can get it, because it's at an angle, right? We're at a 52-degree inclination. In order to do this, we want to get rid of that inclination to get our math as easy as possible. So we kind of look at it as flat as we possibly can. Okay, that looks pretty good. Now, we go ahead and get ourselves a protractor. Boom, put a protractor on the screen, and you can see on our protractor here, we've got this reticle. And this reticle is set for the Space Center flag. As soon as the Space Center rotates on the opposite side of the planet into this reticle, we take a snapshot to find out where we are on the protractor. And that's our first variable for our equation. So let's go ahead and do that now. We can go ahead and get a little bit of time acceleration going on. Oh crap, another thing. Time acceleration. We forgot to put the planet in the inside of it properly. There you go. Okay, that's good. Square that sucker as sharp as we can. That'll... It doesn't have to be perfect. We'll get correction burns after the fact, but always looks better if you get it exactly right. Okay, so a little bit more time acceleration here. Okay, go ahead and slow it down to 2. We're at 85, 80, 75. Please don't go positive. We're not positive. Actually, it would be greater than. Okay, we're approaching phase 1. We're at 60, 55. We're going to call that 57. Okay, so come out of time acceleration entirely, and P equals 57. 57. Okay, now we can go ahead and run our equation. Get rid of these protractors. And we need a calculator. Time is 34 minutes. 0.3740. Is 22.44 seconds. Okay, so our correction needs to be, do it one more time. Equation one more time. 238 minus 7. I think I fat fingered that. Okay, so that's correct. So we want to get a correction burn over here at 3 o'clock. Add maneuver node there, and we're looking to change our orbital slime to 34 minutes. 22.44 seconds. 34, 22. Okay, there you go. Close enough for government work, I would say. At Atlantis, Houston. You are go to turn to the phase correction burn A node. It's right in front of you, so you might as well turn to 0 right now and get on top of that node. Okay, phase correction burn A, hit it. We really need to work more on that ohms. Okay, 52 empty, huh? 2.8 may be the golden spot given our payload weight. Still a little bit under it. 52. 52 even. Will that get us what we're looking for? Looks pretty flat. All right. Phase reentry burn is complete. Put us on that prograde node and let's clean this up. We're looking to get a orbital period of 34 minutes 22.44 seconds. We're off by a few thousandths, few hundredths and thousandths, so Luca, if I'm no doubt saying that wrong. If you guys are unhappy with how I pronounce your name, by all means correct us. No shame in that. I would like to know how you would like us to pronounce your name. Thank you for that follow in any event. Alright, so RCS on, docking mode on. We need to clean up this orbital period. 34 minutes, 22 point something, right? We're on the prograde marker, so forward thrust will give us what we're looking for. 34, 22, 44 is what we're looking for. 22, 40, okay, a couple more. There we go, right there you can see. 34 minutes, 22.44 seconds orbital time. And we are in the lane. Now, we stay in this lane for 5 orbits. Silvio from Italy? How exotic. That's one orbit right there. Okay, 2 orbits. Okay, we're approaching phase 2. Yeah, we got to cut quite a lot out of that for phase. We can see that our calculations are more or less right. That's the 3rd orbit. Got one more orbit before we can plot the reentry corridor C. Okay, and passing periapsis for the 4th orbit. We'll come out of time acceleration. What we want to do here is circularize back to the reentry corridor next orbit. So this will be our 5th orbit in this cut, and then once we get back over here, we'll drop our altitude out here. Or actually, what we're looking to do is not really drop the altitude per se. What we're looking to do is change our orbital time back to our reentry corridor orbital period of 31 minutes 14.04 seconds, and So we'll get close to that with this burn, and then after that we'll get a little docking correction burn to get it exactly right, and then we'll be on course. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and turn to this this node and prepare for Reentry Corridor C. And we'll want to be rolled to 0 pretty much. Okay, good enough for me. Atlantis, Houston, you're a go for Reentry Corridor C. Hit it. And we'll see if we got our ohms computer on the proper angle at this time. It's not all that important, like I said earlier. It's just, it's nice to have a perfect flat thrust. But it's not needed. I mean, we'll correct everything. No big deal. So here's our 5th and final orbit here in the phase correction procedures. Reentry Corridor C. Yeah, we're still on top of it. Feels pretty flat for the time being, but it's not all that important. Okay, Reentry Corridor C is done. Go ahead and put us on the retrograde node and let's clean this up. We're actually only off by 0.003 of a second. So RCS on. Fine controls on, docking mode on, and we're pointed retrograde, so we need aft thrust to give us what we're looking for. Just a little bit. There you go. RCS off, fine controls off. SAS to SAS. And we are in the lane and ready for the reentry plotting. So we can go ahead and kill the orbital nympho. We don't need that anymore. And we'll go ahead and... Oh, yeah, we need to get the predictions up here. So, show predictions, and we don't need this, Stop. Stop. Okay. Don't need that. All right. Now, let's go ahead and plot this half orbit. We already know it's absolutely not right. But we do this is just a matter of habit, really. It's good to do. It's just good to do it every orbit. So we'll get a half an orbit going on here to finish out this orbit to where we plan to do our reentry burn from, or close to, which is over on this side. And let's plot next orbit. Where are we going to be next orbit? We should still have one more orbit, which we do. Okay, so go ahead and remove all of those nodes, and we're good for one more orbit. We're below 3,000 units of electric charge. But if everything works, if we've done all of our stuff right, then it should be more than enough. Although it does feel quite dangerous. Okay, come out of time acceleration there and plot next orbit. And this should bring us right onto the... There it is. So, if everything was working right with the mod mech jeb, there would be a red line showing us our track, but there isn't since it's broken. So we just all we do is we just grab our node and just kind of pull it, and we can see the track. You can see how this thing's tracking across the globe. Okay, we're quite a bit south, huh? All right, so we'll go ahead and get our correction burn up here prior to the reentry burn, and get ourselves a little bit of normal burn right there. Okay, and we want to see our track. Okay, it's still going to be quite a bit south. Okay, it's just a smidge too far south. Let's get a little bit more normal influence. Maybe just a tiny bit more. Okay. Okay, that looks pretty damn good. And nice and slow. So what we're doing here is we're projecting our track across the globe after the reentry burn so that we get right over the target. Yeah, that looks fantastic. I like it. Okay, so the correction looks good. Atlantis, Houston, you are go for the reentry trajectory correction burn. T-minus 5 minutes, 36 seconds until that happens. Hit it. Oh, wrong way. Okay, remove all of the nodes. And we'll go ahead and plot the reentry burn proper here. Now, our pattern is to go from the reentry corridor, 80 kilometer altitude, down to a periapsis of 40 kilometers. And then adjust the time accordingly. That's how we do things here. It's worked pretty well for us for a long time. Okay, now we need to get our reentry flags out here. Okay, and now with the extra weight that we're going to be carrying, that we are carrying in garbage, we may want to be exactly where we're at. The extra weight may actually do the opposite. It always seems to work the opposite to us. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to put the node where we normally would be with an empty yeah, we're going to keep the node where we would be with an empty payload bay. And any more speed that we may have, we'll just we're gonna try and trim it out in the atmosphere as best we can. But that's pretty decent right there. That's not a bad plot. So, given the given the drag and lift of the vehicle and the pitch angles that we're going to be coming in at, we have, through our own observations, found that we should be putting the MechJeb target indicator. You can see we've got these 3 flags here. We put it just past the second flag. That's always worked out pretty well for us. Okay, so there it is. Atlantis, Houston. Here we go to turn to the reentry burn. I'm not sure if this is going to be right or not. Let's see here. Where are we? We're over there. Yeah, I don't know. We're probably... I have no idea. Can't possibly be completely upside down. We'll figure it out in the post. We'll figure it out in the post. No big deal. Okay. But there it is. It's all down to this. The reentry burn. Okay. Initiate landing pole.
Okay, all flight controllers, go for landing. Retro, go. Rhino, go. Guidance, go. Control, go. Telcom, go. GNC, go. Econ, go. Surgeon, go. Capcom, we're go for landing. Go for landing, over. Roger, understand, go for landing.
Hit it. Reentry burn. Let's do it. We're now down to 2,200 units of electric charge. Again, it feels dangerous, but we've done this a billion times. It should be enough. Should be more than enough. I'm gonna turn this on anyway, though, because we're gonna dump fuel anyway. Why not? Why not use some of the fuel in this last little bit of the journey to recharge the batteries just a bit? Why the hell not? Now we're absolutely certain that we will not run out of electricity. There's no way we would use up that much electric charge. And we had it wrong. We're upside down. Can we correct it before we do the burn? All right. Okay, clean that up. RCS on, docking mode on. Okay, I like it. Right there. Alright, RCS off, docking mode off. Turn to prograde orbital. And let's get this, these reentry procedures knocked out. In order to get this exactly right, make sure we have all of our ducks in a row. Let's look up our flight plan. Okay, so reentry procedures. Okay, we're going to dump the fuel. Okay, fuel's dumped. Go ahead and turn off that fuel cell. Need to engage the fuel. Okay, so we've got the fuel dumped, fuel engaged, uncork the engines. Pin the reentry computer. That's the abort computer. We're looking for the reentry. Okay, there's the reentry pitch. Smart SAS, we're still using that. Go ahead and kill the maneuver planner. We need smart SAS. Hold an attitude, advanced. Reference point to orbital horizon. Forward, roll to 0. Execute that. Okay, and we're ready to engage the reentry computer, which is 6. I do believe, yes, toggle 6. Okay, we're on the reentry computer now. We can close the payload bay doors. Alright, now we need to get into a pitch angle. Starting pitch angle, we'll go with 37.5 degrees. You can see the vehicle is now rolling to 37.5 degrees, and we will adjust this accordingly to the amount of speed that we need to burn out through the reentry. Okay, so let's go back through our checklist and make sure we're all cool here. Dump fuel, engage fuel, uncork the engines, pin the reentry computer, smart SAS, reference point, orbital horizon, roll to 0, engage. Engage the reentry computer, toggle 6. Set reentry angle to 37.5. Alright, we are ready. Close the payload bay doors. All of that's done. We are ready for reentry. Okay, so down we go. And once it gets its turn, RCS on. And there it is. Gravity, lift, and drag will do the rest. Okay, we're approaching the channel now. 2294. Looking at the speed. You'll hear us calling out the speed and the altitude pretty routinely here. Okay, we're starting to slow down now. Crossing the channel. 2294. Now we want to be at 2200 by the time we get across the bay. So we're starting to... we're probably going to want to get into some of this pitch right away. So let's go ahead and do that. We're going to get into 45 degrees pitch angle right out of the gate. Okay, 22.7. We're at 53.2. 22.6. 52.6. 2260. Okay, we're only off by about 10, so go ahead and bring this back. And no, steady as she goes. Steady as she goes. We've got extra weight we need to bear in mind. Okay, we're losing a lot more speed than we wanted. Okay, bring it out. 40 degrees. 2230. 50 kilometers. We are out of time acceleration. Yes, we are. Okay, good. 22. We're off by about 10. Go ahead and cut it another 5. 5 is much. Yeah, go 3. Go give us 3. Okay, 2200. Here we go. We are over the bay and heading towards the target zone. Should be coming up on the horizon any second now. 2170, 46.3. 2150. 45. Target's in sight? No, it isn't. That's not the target. Steady as she goes. 2100. We're losing speed very fast. .22. Ooh. Okay, okay, target's in sight now. We're losing speed mighty fast. We're in plasma blackout now. Go ahead and bring this out to about 40. 1900. Okay, go ahead and cut it to 50. Might be a bit much. 1800. That's orbital. Go ahead and switch it over to surface mode now. 1700. Okay, cut it out. Cut it back. 42. I can't see the damn landing zone through the plasma. It's off to the right. We got quite a bit too much. Okay, we need to cut this completely out. Oh, shit. Prepare for main computer override. We undershot in a big way. This happens every time that we're carrying something. Okay. Main computer override engaged. Control from point changed. And we need to get some fuel. We need to burn. We're never gonna make the target if we don't. Yeah, we misjudged it big time. We misjudged it big time. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Go. Vehicle's transonic. This is bad news. Dropping like a frickin' stone. We're not gonna make it. "12 kilometers. Come on, baby. Give us that lift. We need that lift. We need it. We need you now. I need you now, baby. We need you now. It's a long way, bruh. We're not gonna make it. God damn it, we're not gonna make it. Son of a bitch. Alright. Yeah, we ballsed it because the... God damn it. That pisses me off. Fuck. Total balls. Total balls. Yeah, we're out of fuel. We're out of fuel right there. God damn it. How do we want to go about this? Well, we can splash down. We can splash down. Or we can land, we can emergency land on the terrain. Quick refuel, yeah. How's it going, Pernstein? Thank you for the 100 bits. Got here just in time. I think we're gonna aim for a splashdown because it's the easiest way for us to recover not just the Kerbals, but also we wanted to recover this shuttle. Man, yeah, we burnt too much freaking speed. We always misjudge it. We always think that because we're carrying more weight, that the thing's going to, that the vehicle is going to, yeah, 5 kilometers altitude. Yeah, we're not going to make it. We feel that we're going to overshoot because the weight is going to carry more momentum, and in fact, that doesn't happen at all. What actually happens is we lose a lot more speed way faster than expected every single time. Almost every single time that we come back with payload garbage, this is what happens. We always undershoot. Come on, man. It almost feels like it might actually make it. We're 120 meters a second, and we've got really great lift. So long as we just keep things steady as she goes, we might get, like, really freaking close. Oh my god, this looks like we almost might make it. 3 kilometers. Okay, so that's 10,000 feet. We're passing 10,000 feet now. 9 kilometers out. Oh my god, I can't believe it. It might make it. Come on, baby, lift. Let's go, go, go. I'm not going to aim for the runway because I know that doing any kind of turns will definitely not make it. So we're going to aim for a touchdown just on the grass area. Oh my god. Okay, we're 6 kilometers. 500. We're at 500 feet. Or 5,000 feet anyway. I mean, okay, we're 3 nautical miles away from the launch pad, and I cannot believe that we actually made it. We made it to the terra firma. I can't believe it. We are so lucky. Oh my god. No frickin' way. All right, steady as she goes. Gear down. Lights on, brakes on. And let's get a touchdown somewhere. I can't believe we actually made it. I thought for sure we were running to, like, have to splash down or something. It's still emergency landing. We're not gonna get the runway. So we just don't have enough speed to do it, but that's okay. That's okay. We'll be alright. Alright, we're ready for the flare. Ooh, there we go. Touchdown, Atlantis. It was an emergency touchdown, but dude, better than what we had thought was gonna happen. I thought for sure we were really in dire straits there to make it back to the KSC, because most of all, we want to put this in a museum. This is the last shuttle flight, and I didn't want to balls it, but anyway, we made it. Oh, that's a great weight off of my shoulders right there. Holy cow. That was super duper close. We even used up all of the reserve fuel to make it this far. That was damn lucky. Oh my god. Wow. Dude. We landed in the backyard, but I'll take it. I'll take it. We can still recover the capsule in the way that we wanted to, or recover the shuttle in the way that we want to, so that we can... I want to keep this on the world map indefinitely, and we want to actually taxi it back to the launch pad where it's going to get put back onto another launch vehicle, and it's going to get shot back into space into the into a museum orbit, or an orbital museum as it is, or will be. So we've got a lot of stuff that we need to do to this, and trying to get this back to the KSC from like over there or even from splashdown would have been extremely difficult. This is no problem. We can taxi this sucker back easy peasy. From over here, it's no big deal. All right, yeah, good stuff. Pernstein hooking it up, hitting us up with a 29th gift sub to More Fortis. If I mispronounce your name, feel free to correct me. Yes, very generous as usual, Pernstein. You are awesome. Thank you very much. Show some love, More Fortis.
Ignition.
You've got yourself some new emotes. Thank you for that follow as well. Enjoy those emotes right there. Show some love, spam some of those emotes. Alright, well here we are. Let's go ahead and we can put the brakes on. Welcome home, Space Shuttle Atlantis. Currently there are no post-landing deltas. You can just stay right there until we can get some guys over to pick you up. Feel free to eat any of the leftover snacks. If you don't, the recovery crew will, so yeah, knock yourselves out. So there we go. There it was. I cannot believe that we made it. That was insane. That was insanely close. So let's go ahead and get back over to the Space Center now, and we need to drive a vehicle on over and pick these Kerbals up. And then we need to start coming up with a way of recovering the Space Shuttle itself and getting it prepped for a relaunch where it does nothing. It'll be nothing other than payload. It's now ready to go on exhibit in our Space Museum, which we have yet to. We've actually built it. We just haven't figured out or haven't thought of any way we wanted to launch it, and of course create a launch vehicle for the shuttle itself. It's going to be quite the task. So let's get ourselves a vehicle over here and go pick these guys up. Do we want to fly over and pick them up? Probably not. That would be a poor idea. That would be a very poor idea, actually. We could fly over with a chopper. I'm down with the chopper. So let's do that. Well, let's get ourselves a Sikorsky UH-60 helicopter, and we'll fly over and pick these guys up with the chopper. Some of you may know this chopper. It's a well-known chopper. It's commonly referred to in the military as the Black Hawk. Let's see here. Sikorsky. S for Sikorsky. UH-60. Okay, here's our UH-60. Let's get ourselves some pilots and such and such. Who's gonna fly over to pick these guys up? Plane girl, nah. Flyboy. Flyboy, you're up. Flyboy, and your first mate is gonna be Alcard. Alcard can be a first mate. And we'll get some recovery crew personnel. Can I get one more recovery dude? Okay, there we go. So there's our recovery people. First time here, thanks for the fun. Well, you are very welcome. I like to pride myself on... I don't like to name drop other streamers, especially the streamer, because he really speaks for himself. Everybody knows the streamer I'm talking about. We're going to go ahead and drop his name anyway. EJSA. EJ is like the renowned technical Kerbal Space Program streamer. I like to think that we're like just under him in terms of how immersive we get our stream. So yeah, welcome to the second most immersive Kerbal Space Program stream you're ever gonna see. Probably. Guys, enable those notifications so you can see when we come online. So it's, oh, how to put it, you know, we have this backwards. This needs to be over here. Yeah, the rudder over here. Okay, fore aft pitch over here. A lot of great Kerbal Space Program streamers, though. A lot of great Kerbal Space Program streamers. Maybe a little conceited in placing our stream where we do place it in our head, but hey man, you gotta look out for number one. If you aren't putting yourself on a pedestal, then you're really selling yourself short. Okay, so we need to engage some electric charge. Alright, cool. All good there. Let's go ahead and close the doors. That's the door lock, Jack. You don't want that. You want to close the doors. Alright, engage the lock. Okay, what is this? Oh, new cow controller up there. Okay, SAS on. Fore aft pitch. That's right, we need to refresh these numbers. Okay. Refresh your numbers, refresh the prop. 500, your rudder yaw, 500. Okay. Uh-oh. I actually was not ready for that just yet. We need immersive stuff going on here, and if I don't get on this quickly, we could screw things up, bruh. Fore aft pitch, bro. Okay, bring it on down. Okay, there you go. There you go. Okay. Some rudder yaw. Okay, that's good. Okay. Black Hawk. That's how a Black Hawk is supposed to sound. God, I hate this fucking mouse so bad. Okay. Alright, groovy. Wrong keys. There we go. Titan Refinery, yeah. Refinery 2G. I think the big thing that really sets my stream apart from most others is more or less the same kind of thing that EJ does. I didn't steal it from EJ by any means. I swear, like, the very first thing that came into my mind when playing Kerbal Space Program back in beta was the live mode and the simulator mode things to, you know, make it more realistic and you know, put everything on the line when you decide you're ready to put everything on the line. EJ does that same sort of thing. And I don't think there's really anybody else that does it. Which shocks me, because it's... Like I said, one of the very first things that popped in my head when we were playing it back in beta was, like, there should be modes, just a little thing that you can toggle on and off that's like, okay, we're doing it for real now. There's no reverting. There's no, you know, no bullshit. There's, you know, once you're ready to go, you go. But and then when you're working on things and you know, call it the simulator. I believe EJ calls it calls his like engineering mode and mission mode. I believe that's what he calls his stuff. We've got live mode and simulator mode, but more or less the same sort of idea. When we're in live mode, say for example right now, if we were to wreck this aircraft, there would be no reverting it. We would take it. We would have to take it and we would have to deal with it. So that's a big scheme of our playthrough. Has always been like that. Can't imagine doing it any other way. And I'm shocked that not more people do it. Not more people play like this. Another big scheme, or a big shtick of this, of our channel, of our playthrough is of course recovering the Kerbals from wherever they may be, legitimately, if we're in live mode, of course, and not recovering vehicles just for the sake of, oh, the mission's done, let's just recover it. It's like, there's so much more you can do. There's always more you can do. Like land on these guys' heads, so let's go ahead and just bring this over here a little bit. I'm not careful, we're gonna land on these guys' heads. Go ahead and give us some more prop here. Okay, go ahead and bring it down now. Set that guy down. Torque is not up. This is our torque. As soon as the game comes back to us, there we go. And torque that down while we're here collecting our guys. Unlock the door. And open up the doors for them. Okay. Sandra, It was a little bit rocky getting you home, but you got home nevertheless. Would have liked it if we'd have made it to the runway, but I like it a lot better than the where we were headed. I was sure we weren't even going to make it like this far at all. I'm just happy we got this far. Fergie out the door. Oh! Yikes. You got your visor down for. Black Hawk down. No, Black Hawk landed, not Black Hawk down. And finally, Doug of Doug and Bob. We say goodbye to Space Shuttle Atlantis for the time being. We will come back over here with a taxi of some sort, and we will taxi it back over to the Space Center where, like I said earlier, we will make attempts of putting it. Well, we're not going to make attempts. We're going to put it on some rocket that can put it back into an orbit, but this time as a payload, and this thing will be the first of 2 exhibits in our space museum, the Final Shuttle flight. Very freaking cool. All right, there's our crew. Back in safe hands. Let's close the door so that they can't escape. I always use that line. I stole this line from a Clint Eastwood movie called The Eiger Sanctions, one of my favorite movies. And I use it every time I'm asked to put on my seatbelt on a commercial airliner. You know, stewardesses come on down before launch, and they look to make sure everybody's got their seatbelt securely fastened and all that. And they'll say to me, okay, can you please put your seatbelt on? I'll reply, well, I have no intention of trying to escape. Like, where are you gonna go? You know, I can't escape. All right. Got our Kerbals back in safe hands. SAS is to SAS, and we are good to go ahead and take off. Let's do it. Up we go. could get finer trim controls on this thing. Our trim control scheme is... it's not bad, but it just leaves a little room to be desired. I wish we had finer controls, that's all. Otherwise, I really like this helicopter. All right, here we are. Good stuff, good stuff. All right, we need a car now. Oh. Actually, we've got a car. Perfect. Yeah, we can kill the immersion here. We're done with that. And we need to go get a car. There we go. Perfect. Eduardo. Fantastic. Let's take Gunter's van. We can go ahead and kill all of these controls here, too. We're done with all of that. Let's go pick up our... go pick up our Kerbals. Black Hawk home. How's it going, Starchface? Hello, hello.
G'day, Cobber.
I remember experiments of all KSP players worldwide to create helicopters. Now it's in-game stuff. Yeah, I never attempted to make helicopters until the Breaking Ground expansion. It was obvious to me it was way more effort than I was willing to put in. We just stuck to doing other stuff. There's so much stuff then to make as well. I mean, but yeah, one can play this game without the Breaking Ground parts and have basically unlimited quantities of things to build. But having servos and rotors and hinges is really, really nice. Would be a lot nicer if they actually worked, but that's a whole other conversation right there. They work good enough, I guess. Good enough for government work. After that, call a Coober to get them home. A Coober, I like that. It's like the South Park gag, and they're kicking Mr. Hanky out of town, and they say, no more speeches. You know, it's time for you to go. We've already called you a poober. He's a poober. They have that, and then it pulls up, and he's like, oh, a lift. Yeah, Cooper. That's good. Very clever, dude. Switch vehicles and have these guys do a halo jump, because it's more like, hey, and we're already on the ground, so they fall very low. We're gonna have to climb out. This is the new ladder system. At first, when I read the notes about the ladder system, that it was like, oh, Kerbals are going to stop at the end of ladders, I thought, this is sweet, that's great, I'm gonna love this. And now, I'm finding that it's affecting our vehicles in a very negative way. See, we can't actually climb up to the door, because it's stopping us. Oh, look what it just did, it flipped our Kerbal around. How wacky. So, yeah, I don't like that. I really don't like that at all. I thought at first it was going to be great, and then found out that it's actually not. It's terrible. It's really fucking us up. Okay, there we go. And yeah, that's... I don't like it. No, sir, I don't like it. I would rather them seamlessly transition from one ladder to another, rather than just stopping. Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, we can't mash B on that. That's frustrating. Okay, good enough. There we go. Alright, so all our astronauts are on board. Let's go. Step on it. Smart decision to intentionally land off the runway. Were you not? You weren't here for the reentry, I take it. Yeah. Yeah, it was totally planned. Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, to be honest, we would have taxied the shuttle away to pretty much where it is right now anyway, but we were in dire straits. We were very, very lucky to get where we were. I did notice it quite early that was like, oh, we're ditching a lot more speed than we normally would be, and so we pulled out just in time to actually get where we needed to be. So, yeah. All right. Our astronauts are back home to the astronaut complex. The helicopter is right in front of the hangar, and Space Shuttle Atlantis is off the runway and parked in somewhere where it can sit for a while until we can figure out how the hell to get it into orbit and as part of the Space Museum. So all in all, we ingloriously completed all of the tasks. Not 100%, but it wasn't a complete failure either. So happy with that. Sad we didn't get it 100%, but more happy that we didn't totally botch it and end up in the drink, or even worse, on terrain that is not suited for getting things back to the Space Center from. So yeah, not too bad. Could have been a shite side worse. So we're definitely gonna take that for sure. Not to mention we're in live mode, didn't have much choice. But yeah, we're now back to the astronaut complex. For any of you who are new to the channel, this is the only time that we are allowed to actually recover a vehicle is back, you know, when things are 100% like this. So we can now click recover vessel on Gunter's van and pick it up off the world map as well as the helicopter, and the shuttle will remain. And we need to figure out some way of taxiing it around. Build a little taxi. I don't know. I have no idea what we're going to do with it. Okay, we can go ahead and pick up our Black Hawk. And there you go. That was a pretty good mission. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break right now, as we need to reload the game anyway. As those of you who are veterans know that whenever you pick something up off the world map, it eats a little bit of its head. I'm talking about the Unity engine and the RAM available to it. It chews off a little bit of its brain. So we're going to go ahead and reload the game and take a quick break to stretch the legs, fill up the coffee, and when we come back, we're going to get into the spaceplane hangar and start fiddling around with some stuff. We were earlier today screwing around with the planes and getting approaches, getting some practice approaches to the runway, and going through all of the different legit light systems and when they should be turned on, when they should be turned off, the approach angles, all of that legitimate pilot stuff. We were having a lot of fun doing that. We may jump back into that. We may